Hello everyone, good afternoon. We are waiting for few more participants to join. We'll start the session in 5 minutes. Thank you. Hello everyone. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Hello and welcome everyone. I'm Shub Parmar, your host for today's webinar. My team and I are here to make sure you have a seamless and engaging experience. If you have any questions or have any queries, please use the chat window. We are here to help. Topic for today is concepts of cybersecurity. Describe the basics concepts of cybersecurity. This is the Advantage India Skilling and AI NSI initiative by Microsoft aimed at empowering the future With future with AI skills at scale, it highlights key focus areas such as data and AI, GitHub Copilot, Office 365 Copilot, prompt engineering, and security. The initiative emphasizes the role of AI in skill development and digital transformation. Anyone who is interested to join these sessions, please connect with us. And anyone who wants to organize these exclusive sessions in their organization or colleges, please do let us know as these sessions are absolutely free. Today's event is sponsored by Synergetics. Synergetics is a leading edge learning solution provider in India, offering specialized training and consulting services. We empower businesses and professionals to thrive in today's fast evolving tech landscape by delivering transformative learning experiences. Our core focus is on enabling digital transformation through innovative skilling programs, advisory services, and end to end implementation support. From modernizing IT frameworks to mastering emerging technologies like AI, cloud computing, and DevOps, Synergetics is committed to equipping you with the tools and knowledge to succeed. These are the learning solutions which are offered by Synergetics, named persona based onboarding, onboarding add on, certification, certification add on, reskilling, emerging technology training, certification hackathon, cloud adoption, latest technology training, sales, pre sales training, practice playbook, and architecting. This is the Microsoft certification skilling journey. The journey begins with fundamentals certification, then progresses to advanced role based certification, and finally to expert level certification. We are thrilled to have Mr. Om Prakash Pandey as our today's speaker. He is a certified Microsoft trainer and a consultant at Synergetics. He brings a wealth of knowledge and experience in AI and cloud technologies. You have to follow the code of conduct, which will create a respectful environment for all the participants. Please note participants are not allowed to take screenshot or do screen recordings of the presentation. Do follow us on our social media platforms to get relevant updates on upcoming webinars, workshops, certification training we do. We run communities on Meetup. This is the emerging technology community. Anyone who are eager to learn about technological knowledge can join this community on Meetup. We have multiple communities in Pune, Gujarat, Nagpur, and Indore. Those who are interested to join this community, please log into Meetup app and gain their knowledge for free. Thank you so much, everyone. Now we'll hand over the mic to a speaker. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Shub. Hello and welcome everyone. Thank you very much for joining in. I know this is a long weekend. Plenty of them would have cancelled their programs or maybe attending by sneaking out very valuable family time. I respect your commitment towards learning. I would want to make sure in the time that you all have given me, I should do my best, bring out the latest and emerging aspects from perspective of cybersecurity. As Shub mentioned rightly, we are a Microsoft partners. Synergetics as an organization, we have been working with Microsoft and helping the entire industry on various Microsoft based technologies. And as part of this session, I would want to make sure we understand core components of cybersecurity and how it is being aligned to various Microsoft technologies and making sense out of it. one of the primary reasons why we chose this topic. In today's scenario, where artificial intelligence, generative AI, agentic AI, LangChain, lot of other technologies are booming in the market, there has been major adoption happening. Some of the common concerns that still remains in people's mind would be, what if my organization's critical data, secured resources, they are being accessed by users who do not have appropriate permissions, or what if it is being handled, it is available to my competitors, some of the customers critical information is being leaked out, what if there is some fraud which happens. Keeping these aspects in mind, it becomes essential that everybody is aware about cybersecurity principles and how they can be implemented within their applications, within their environment, and resources that they are creating and sharing on public forums or even within the organization. As part of today's session, I want to focus on some of these areas where I'll be talking about the cybersecurity and its key terms and terminologies being used, significance of cybersecurity, some part of which I mentioned right now, what are the core security principles, especially once it comes to cloud based environments today for developing applications using cloud native services, creating members which are simple, straightforward, to complex resources. How do we ensure security for each of these members? Especially once it comes to cloud based deployments, people have a notion saying, since the migration is being done or the migration is being planned, the entire responsibility of security, reliability, disaster recovery, everything will be taken care by the vendor, which may not be true in all scenarios. There has to be a clear cut demarcation from perspective of what is handled by the vendor and what is supposed to be handled by our own team members. In terms of devices being used, in terms of networking, what are the options available for security, cryptography, looking at various security operations and governance. These are some of the prime areas that I will be going into. As part of the agenda, if you all see, each topic is a session within itself, which can run from 2 days to 5 days. Synergetics as an organization, we have our team of security members who are certified on various certification papers, which is not just on Azure environment but across other technologies as well, which involves Microsoft 365, which involves Microsoft Defender. As an overview of each of these topics, it should help us get a kickstart, get a starting point, saying this is what is relevant for my application today. Based on that, you all can connect with us and we can help you with specific deep dive kind of learning, specific implementational details, certifications on these topics, you all can connect to Shubh. He has already shared some of the details, relevant information on the chat. As part of cybersecurity, like I mentioned earlier, it is crucial for safeguarding various systems, processes that we have built within the organization. In today's context, automation is the most important factor for scalability of any given application. Now, whenever it comes to automation, what it directly means would be ensuring we have right set of tools, right set of IT systems which helps us to build these resources. As part of automation, we have more and more critical information being saved inside the disks, traveling through the network, stored in appropriate storage services, data services. How do we protect that information from digital threats, digital attacks? That is a key point that is being taken care by cybersecurity. Is it a one-time kind of activity? So once we go and set up this environment, we protect our environment, is it a one-time kind of job? The answer is no. There is a continuous evolving threat landscape that we have. So once we have corrected few measures, corrected and blocked some of the areas of attack, hackers may get another areas of attack. They would try to find out other set of loopholes through which they can attack the systems. So there is a continuous fight, like how we have good people, bad people in the society. Same way, in the IT environment, there are good people who are working on ensuring the security, and other people who are trying to use loopholes to sneak into the system, capture data, and then extort money from the businesses. And these cyber criminals, they develop these new techniques, new tactics, and on every day we must be hearing, as part of enterprises discussion, about phishing or other type of attacks which have happened. Keeping in mind these security challenges, what we would need to do is, as a security team, to enhance and ensure we have a robust security measure being implemented, we need to leverage on various technology options, find out what are the secured solutions that we have, and how we can build a safe, secured environment for people to work, store their information. In today's context, individuals who don't have online presence, individuals who are not using online modes of payment will find it very, very difficult to survive. With Digital India movement and other government initiatives, which is entirely IT driven, people will find difficult to work without using these online tools. But at the same time, we need to make sure that we have right set of security measures being implemented. End users, application developers, hosters, service providers, everybody involved in the system have to make sure that they have right set of resources being created and mapped. All these resources should be securely accessible. Any kind of integration, third party implementation, if you're looking at UPI apps, if you're looking at various banks abiding by those rules, guidelines given by the government, right? Various Paytm, GPay, right? All of them are giving secured channels for accessing these things. All of this is part of your effective security measures. As we go ahead, I will make sure I showcase some of the details given by Microsoft. I'm sure you are aware about Microsoft Learn, and as part of these resources, you have a complete learning path, you have a complete course on describing the basic concepts of cybersecurity, right? Where you'll see cybersecurity threat, attacks, mitigation, concepts of cryptography, authentication and authorization, network based threats and mitigation. I would recommend you all to go through this learning path after the session so that it becomes easier for you all to correlate and understand more features in terms of cybersecurity. What is cybersecurity all about? So, why cybersecurity? Some part of it we have mentioned. So, once it comes to cybersecurity, it is protection of computers, networks, data. Now, one thing which is not being mentioned over here is the services, because computers, networks, and applications, all of these are storing data and they need to be secured before people access this information. To make sure this happens, one of the primary things is stopping the unauthorized access and avoid or minimize the damage to the maximum extent. From practices and technology part of it, every vendor, not just Microsoft, even AWS, GCP, Oracle, any other technology vendor that we go ahead with, they have their means of security, privacy, data integrity, data management. People are going into data governance and having a complete security division which is ensuring protection of members, protection of resources. As an organization, if we are working with a specific domain, so first thing to say is security is not something which is relevant only to a specific vertical. It is required by every vertical, even a basic or simple application, hello world kind of application, or minimal set of critical resources being shared. Every organization would require cybersecurity implementation, cybersecurity means of protecting the information. But if you look at banking and finance, BFSI segment, manufacturing, medical, right? So if you look at these sectors, there are respective government norms, there are specific vertical compliances that the service provider has to map to. And one of the members over there, one of the audits that will happen would be in terms of security. So, what are the strategies for protection being used? What are the uh, strategies involved to protect from a range of cyber threats, range of attacks which are happening? Now, even if that attack has happened, how do we minimize the impact of it? How do we quarantine or control it as fast as possible? What are the ways and means of doing that? That would be part of your cybersecurity. I have already shared this link in the previous section itself. In today's digital world, cybersecurity is becoming even more important. Most of the transactions, most of the communications I do on day-to-day basis today is all happening cashless. All of these are now driven through online applications for making payments. Apart from this, most of the services, banking services, other information, right, are happening on digital mediums. So whenever we have such kind of environment around us, every moment your critical information, your banking details is in transit. So how do we protect the information? How do we protect the privacy of users? How do we make sure we have we have zero unauthorized access, zero data breaches? How we can ensure that in terms of phishing attacks, in terms of other challenges or issues being raised? How do we minimize the impact of it, control that at a nascent stage or initial stages itself, and stop it from spreading across the organization? Now, once it comes to these attacks, they not only steal the data, critical information, but also tarnish the organization's reputation. That Synergetics was the one who has been managing these services, and because of their lackadaisical attitude, because of their knowledge challenges, this attack has happened. So, how do we minimize these things? How do we make these things as minimal as possible? That is something which is very, very crucial aspect regarding the cyber security within digital age. Earlier, these cyber security aspects was relevant only to IT organizations, and these IT organizations within their department or within their customers, they were the one who were using it. But in today's environment, every member, every resource, right, in every industry, all of them are leveraging on IT resources, all of them are leveraging on IT based members, right? And that is how they are making difference for themselves within the organization and also for their end customers. If you look at some of the examples over here of cyber attacks, your Equifax data breach, WannaCry ransomware attack, and one of them would be the recent one y'all might have heard about. Now, once it comes to each of these data breaches, some of the critical information, critical details, all this information is being made public. It is made accessible to unwanted users. If you look at some of the core challenges because of cyber attacks, lot of sensitive information, lot of infrastructure, right? All these details, all these information is made available to end users. which may not be authorized for accessing or using these details. We will need to make sure as a security team that we have maximum protection of these details, protection of these resources. Apart from this, malwares, phishing, ransomware, these are not history. These are still happening in present as well. And one of the most common things that you all must have seen or came across, you have you have won a lottery, right? Click on this link to see the to in cash it. You'll get immediate cash within your account. If you don't have information being received right now, this is how you need to do it. Click on it. Your bank is giving you a loan of a specific amount, right? So any of these details, any of the critical information can be leaked out just by clicking on a particular link. So we'll have to be very cautious and ensure all the team members that we have, all of them are aware about these challenges, all of them are being trained, and they should know what is the challenges or issues which can be resolved in basic ways by avoiding these kind of uh, phishing emails or avoiding these kind of attacks which are happening on day to day basis, right? Today, lot of movies you all might have seen, some of these information is being shared, right? Even banks have their own vigilance teams, and through these teams, their core purpose is to make sure they talk to the uh, old family members, because they are the most susceptible to attacks. Your son has an accident, you need to transfer this money immediately. We got, so there could be number of ways of how people can uh, have emotionally or getting information of a person that they are staying alone, right? Once they have got this information, misusing those details becomes easier, right? And if you see this social engineering aspects, that is what I was mentioning about, exploitation of a psychology, manipulation of individuals, right? Sharing some of the sensitive information. You must have received an OTP. Can you help me with that OTP information, right? So making sure our team members, people who are not well versed with technologies, right? Because this is also a easier medium of transferring money across countries, across regions, right? So there are advantages and there are also precautionary measures that one needs to take, and the knowledge of these kind of attacks becomes more and more important. Now when it comes to attacks, when it comes to threats, when it comes to challenges, many of us may feel that if we are not using pen drives, thumb drives, these are some things which was earlier. So today we don't have any risks regarding that, correct? But today there are newer ways of attacks. And when we say threats or attacks, they may not be always from outside. There could be insider threats as well. Now one would say, Om Prakash, what is the meaning of insider threat? So once it comes to external individuals or people clicking on external links, that's one aspect of it. Insider threat would be where an individual within the organization who could be at a lower position or mid-size administration or top administration would be leaking out data, copying that data or uploading it onto a personal site, sending it as an email to himself or herself, correct? Many a times it may be something which is unknown. Say I'm new to a particular organization. So Prakash, I know you can help me with this. I know you are kind at heart. Can you share me this critical information? This is very important. This is something which is related to my promotion, right? Appraisal coming up, right? So there could be different ways of how people can trap or coerce you to get that sensitive information regarding a particular customer, regarding a particular environment. And specifically if you look at accounts department, if you look at HR department, these are the areas where they may not be too tech savvy. When I say tech savvy in sense, this information can be misused. They don't know that, or they may not be trained on that, because HR is one of the key areas where you have a lot of personal information being stored, right? So leaking out data from there, that could become a see. So when you are saying threats or attacks, it may not be from outside. Even within departments, some of these things can happen. Now once it comes to uh, insider threat, right? So here we need to make sure we have right kind of information, right kind of data being mapped, data being collected for that individual, for that department, that this is something which is happening. Because you cannot go to a person in a top bracket and start accusing, saying this is what this person has done. You need to have thorough proof on that. And once you have that information being captured, then we can showcase those instances, right? Now, like I said, it may be by mistake or it could be because of certain reasons. The person has to clarify on those aspects. Once it comes to Microsoft, as part of Microsoft purview, here we have something called as insider risk management, and this is part of one of the advanced licenses that we have, which is E5 license. And through this E5 license, we'll be able to track the details. We can investigate either any insider risks, raise an alert for that. We can have management of forensic evidence. We can have notice templates where we can share this details to the user, saying we have found out that you are sneaking out the information, just be aware. And there could be multiple reasons why a person is doing that. So it could be there is some stress, planning and preparation, there is a risk involved. And you'll see, as part of the learning path resources which I am sharing, they have also given information regarding it. So what is the, I think somebody has, guys, please keep yourself on mute. So you all can see the percentage of data being lost. And there are studies by Deloitte, Ragmelon, right, where they have showcased how much of information across the globe or within organization has been lost because of insider risk. So simple aspect that we are trying to mention over here is we cannot take it lightly. We are preparing the organization for handling the external threats, but parallelly we should also look at internal threats. and how do we manage that. Now, after learning about why cybersecurity, what is cybersecurity, what are the members over here, external threats, internal threats, let's go into core security principles. So, if we know these challenges, if we know these problems, how are we going to resolve that? What should be the uh, base guidelines that one should follow? So once it comes to core security principles, first thing to do is we need to find out previous instances, previous issues regarding if there were any attacks earlier, what are the common security scenario, security challenges that the organization has been facing till date. Study and understand that. That's one. Second important aspect over here, point number two, over here would be understanding the current infrastructure which is there, whether it is completely on premises environment, whether it is
Screen is
hybrid.
not visible if you are sharing the screen.
Yeah, I am sharing. Let me share it once again.
Yeah, it's visible now.
Okay, thank you. I just stopped sharing and shared it once again. So uh, I was mentioning about once we know the current infrastructure, that's point number two. Point number three would be what are external services that we are using. If it is a hybrid environment or if it is a cloud based environment, how we are sharing the information across two environments where we have cloud based environments or third party services, and we have on premises implementation or other data services. Now one would say, oh Prakash, what are you trying to achieve through this? So guys, once it comes to security principles, we always should look at multi-level security, not just at one level. So from outermost periphery that we have are endpoints which are being used for accessing the information, the web application tier, the services tier, the integration tier, the data tier. At every level, whatever are the security measures that one can implement, please do that. If it has bypassed the initial step or initial layer, it should get caught into the next layer. So we cannot be totally dependent upon one layer itself, because if once that layer is being level is being breached, all other levels will get compromised. So as part of the core security principle, we'll have to use multi-level security over here. I'm not sure how many of you are aware about the attack framework, attack.mitre.org, meter attack framework. So here, if you look at various levels, so in terms of resource development, execution, persistence, your defense evasion, right? These are set of options available which will help us to understand what are the kind of attacks which are there, how do we go ahead and protect our environment from these attacks, SSH hijacking, RDP hijacking, some of the examples we mentioned earlier, WannaCry, Axiom. What will be the ways of mitigating these things? How one can go ahead and apply some of these principles, apply some of these rules and guidelines to secure our underlying resources. And what I'm showcasing is one part of it. There are a lot of other resources that we can look at from enterprise applications perspective to mobile perspective, ICS perspective. So what are the tools, techniques and options which can help us to safeguard our environment at various levels that we have? Apart from this, when you're looking at protecting sensitive information, here one needs to look at role based access control. Now, what will be the core idea behind role based access control? Here, what we'll do is we will ensure there is no unauthorized access or unauthorized breaches which are there. And the best way of doing that would be assume breach. Whenever we are building a system, we will need to assume breach. That what if this layer gets broken? Then what are we supposed to do? Never be in a mindset saying nothing can happen to my environment, nothing can happen to my systems, we have world's best environment. We should assume breach so that at every level we put best of the security options. One of the key members in terms of implementing cybersecurity would be the CIA triad, that is focusing on confidentiality and, like I was mentioning, about role based access control. The sensitive data is available only to authorized users, right? That's where role based access control comes into picture. Second important member would be integrity, checking the data is accurate, trustworthy, and if there is any kind of changes happening to that data, we need to keep a track of changes. We need to have an audit history of that. We need to have versioning being done. So if there is a change being made, who has made that change? Now please be careful, guys. When we say who does not mean a person only. It could be a user, it could be from a specific group, it could be an application, it could be a device. Now that device, that user can be from a specific location. We need to capture all that information. So as part of incident management, we'll need to make sure all these aspects are being taken care, right? So if something goes wrong, we should be able to backtrack it, find it, check those members, and once the right set of solution has been created, we should be able to apply that solution across the environment. That is something which will help us ensure that this CIA triad, confidentiality, integrity and availability, is being taken care. Once it comes to availability, there are two important aspects over here. So one availability option would mean the resources should support backup and disaster recovery. That's called as BCDR solution. Having right set of backups and even those backups should be maintained in such a way that they can be restored as and when required. So the system should not become unavailable. If you look at the core design principles, security design principles, we need to make sure that our workload is resilient to attacks and it incorporates all security principles from perspective of confidentiality, integrity and availability that we were talking about. Now, how that needs to be done? What are the ways and means involved for doing that? Right? So here you can see that plan your security readiness, what should be the approach being used and what is the benefit from that. Now there are plenty of points available. I may not be able to go into all of them right now. If you see the approach available or the suggestion which is being made, use segmentation as a strategy. So we need to have network segments being created, virtual networks, subnets inside that, having IS services, PaaS services being defined correctly, which service will be accessible from which particular subnet. All these things have to be mapped over here. So that's a primary member or primary resource that can be done. Limit exposure of sensitive information, sensitive flows that we have, and have a right sized security. Now, what is the meaning of right sized? See, security and accessibility are inversely proportional to each other, which means higher the security, lesser will be the accessibility of that resource. So we need to strike a right balance between both these members. So what we require is the correct size where people should be allowed access to, to the amount which is helping them to do their day in day out jobs. It should not stop them from performing their actions and activities, day to day actions and activities. So that's the core purpose of right sized security. Now, once it comes to cybersecurity, there are different people who have different notions of it. Say, for example, the CI triad that we are talking about. One would say, Om Prakash, why is it essential to do it in the beginning? At end of the application development, end of our project, before making it publicly available, then we'll think about it. Believe me, guys, it might be very, very late to interlace the security at every place after the project is ready. So if while creating this resource itself we start taking a look at it, and even if you see as part of the DevOps implementation, well architected architecture, while we are pushing our code onto our repository, at every place if we take care of these security measures, it will become easier for us, whether the application is done halfway through or it is done 90% or it is being deployed in the production environment. It will be smooth and we'll be fully confident saying that yes, whatever was being required, I have made sure all those aspects are being taken care. As far as security within DevOps environment is concerned, that is referred as DevSecOps. You all must have heard about that earlier. right now, few minutes ago, I mentioned about role-based access control. I mentioned about giving relevant permissions to the users based on their day in day out job that they are supposed to do. And like I said, when it comes to principle of least privilege, here we are saying bare minimum whatever is required for a particular person day in day out activities, that should be taken care. So once it comes to principle of least privilege, rather than assigning it to a specific individual, we can make these privileges, we can associate these privileges to required groups. The reason being, from a management point of view, this becomes much more simpler. It becomes much more easier to handle these things or work with these members using principle of least privilege and associating these privileges or permissions with a relevant group. Another important member we'll see over here is the zero trust model, right? A simple principle of zero trust model would be don't trust anybody, right? Verify everybody. So do a right set of verification for the individual using multi-factor authentication, using identity management techniques, using various devices which is being mapped over here. That will help us build the zero trust model. Now once it comes to Microsoft as an organization, what they do is they make sure they have appropriate principles for building zero trust. And what I was mentioning about users, devices, all these things we'll be able to see over here under respective Microsoft learning paths. And one of the key members that you will see over here is security in terms of endpoints, security in terms of applications, devices, network, infrastructure, data management. So whatever layers I mentioned earlier, you all will be able to see respective layers, and at each layer we need to have security being implemented successfully. Just give me a moment. Guys, I'm putting these links, respective learning path link on the chat, so you all can refer it from there. Go into more details of each and every topic. Just give me 1 second. Maybe it has got stuck. Yeah, now it is there. So apart from this zero trust security that we were mentioning about, and apart from that multiple levels of security, how do we achieve that? So let's go to some of the options for achieving these implementations, achieving these security guidelines. First member that you will see over here would be our antivirus solutions, which can help us for detecting and removing if there are any malware, or making sure we are able to quarantine them, lock it into a specific area so that it does not impact or affect other resources, other machines that we have within the given network. Along with this, the second member that we have is endpoint detection and response. Like I was mentioning about, if a given machine is being compromised, it should not spread across other machines, and we should be able to detect that member. That is what is referred as endpoint detection. Which machine has been compromised, which application has been compromised, how do we uh, pinpoint and how do we resolve those errors in a simple manner. Once it comes to Microsoft, Microsoft has complete set of security solutions available, and one of the members over here is Microsoft Defender, right? Microsoft Defender XDR, that is something which will help us in detection and response of any kind of attack which has happened. So here if you see, we have one of the Defender solutions. Guys, just give me 1 minute. I'll be back. Now, this is another important resource which I want you all to be aware about. This is called as MISA, Microsoft Intelligent Security Association. And what it says is, Om Prakash, when you are talking to your customer, when you are talking to your respective client, you come across a scenario saying this customer already has purchased some third party scenarios, third party security solutions. Don't worry, Microsoft can help us integrate with those partners, if partner products, if they are part of one of these members. And this is what is referred as partner catalog. Microsoft has association with how many partners? So you all will be able to see all that information over here. From one partner, there can be multiple security products as well. So it's not like one-to-one mapping, right? So there's a huge laundry list. So if on our customer side, they already have some of these products available, Microsoft security solutions can integrate with them. Now I have been talking about Microsoft security, I have been talking about Purview, right? If you want to see the complete list of Microsoft security services and products, just go to the link which I have shared on the chat, and you all can see the complete list available here. Azure DDoS protection, Azure firewall, Azure web application firewall, then you have Microsoft Defender. Now currently I was mentioning about Defender. So here you see Defender for business, Defender for cloud, Defender for cloud applications, Microsoft Defender for endpoint, identity, IoT solutions, Intune, Entra ID. There is a complete list of resources available within Microsoft, and all these are covering different aspects of security. So the URL is the same. Go to the specific section on left hand side where we can go to the product integrations. There we'll be able to see what are the available options that we have. If there are any similar products available within Microsoft stack, it will show you that. Say DDoS protection, we can work with which member, which service available from a given partner. once we have our resource, once we have the security plan being ready, sorry, first step would be the requirement gathering. We have understood the on-premises environment. We would have understood the cloud-based scenario, hybrid scenario, what are the workloads that we have, right? So once we have all those information, based on these details, we can go ahead and start creating our security plan. So requirement gathering, security plan creation, and while individuals are implementing this, we need to have somebody from the security team who will review, saying whatever permissions have been, whatever outcome we want to achieve. Based on that, do we have our security planning being done correctly or not? Are we missing out on some of the critical aspects? So we'll have to be aware on that. Now once that is being done, then we can go ahead with implementing the security rules, and while implementing them, we would require security configurations. Now these security configuration, the core purpose over here is minimizing the vulnerabilities, minimize the challenges or issues happening through devices, through applications, and focus on how do we minimize these issues, minimize these challenges. Second important member would, like I said earlier, would be consistent monitoring, checking for regular audits, and the best possible thing over here would be the pre-existing reports that we get. Guys, just give me 1 minute. I'll be back. So here, if you all see, there are relevant reports over here. If I go to Microsoft Defender for Cloud, what is the current security posture, what is the attack path which has been used, all that information will be some time. So if there has been any attacks, if there has been any challenges, we can do a attack path analysis, which resource was uh, which resource was resolved first, which ones are pending, all that information, all that recommendations we will see over here. So unless we implement these recommendations, we'll have a low security score. I'm sure everybody is able to see my screen and make sense out of it. So guys, here if you see, so it does not have only connector for Azure, it can connect to AWS, GCP, uh, your GitHub, GitLab, Docker Hub, JFrog repository. All these members can be mapped over here. So it does not just show the information, it also tells us if you want to rectify this error, if you want to rectify this issue, what is the roadmap for it, how you can go ahead and do that, right? And once we perform these steps, once we uh, apply or abide by these recommendations which is being mentioned, it becomes easier for us, it becomes manageable by us to handle other changes. And obviously once these security measures are being implemented, the security score will go high. Now, once it comes to your security resources, like I mentioned earlier, depending upon which vertical you want to go for, we will have different security baselines. With, with each link which I have shared, you all can take a look at it. What is the kind of license which is required? What are the core principles of security baselines? How does it work? What are the options available here? And you all will be able to see identity and access management baseline, Microsoft Defender or cloud baseline, logging and monitoring baseline. So for every member, baseline in sense, this is minimal implementation that is being expected. That's what is called as baseline. So in a worst case scenario, minimum this is what I want. So once it comes to your secure configurations, these secure configurations can be managed by something called as policies, and these policies can be enforced by using Microsoft Intune, by using Azure based policies on underlying devices, on respective applications that we have mapped, and we can have conditional access for it, right? So people who have worked with Microsoft Intune would know from perspective of how how we can create policies for specific device or group of devices, group of applications, right? So that will be part of your security configurations created and applied by using policies via Intune, via Azure based policies. That is something which will be a important aspect over here. Guys, just give me 1 minute. I'll be back. So once it comes to some of these policies over here, let me go to Azure policy, and within Azure policy you all can see something called as policies over here. Initiative, I'll come to it later. Right now just let's look at policies over here. So any kind of basic steps that you want to enforce and ensure within the underlying environment, we can create a policy for that. Say for example, bot service should have local authentication, establish usage restrictions on uh, mobile code mobile code technologies, securing infrastructure for external systems, right? So we can apply as many number of policies that you'd want. There are 1,000+ policies, and if these policies does not uh, have the required details or required restrictions that you want to enforce, go ahead, create a custom policy. So we have an option of creating custom policy as well. So through these policies within Azure, within Microsoft Intune, we can enforce these security baselines, we can enforce these security measures on the underlying environment. I'm not sure if you all noticed while I was showcasing Microsoft Defender for cloud, you all must have noticed that it is not just about Azure platform. Microsoft Defender for Cloud as a solution, it runs across multiple cloud providers: AWS, Azure, GCP, Azure DevOps, GitLab, Docker, Docker Hub connectors. So all of these are already mapped with Microsoft environment. Let's move on to the next section here, which will primarily be the step number one before individuals get permissions on the cloud environment, right, or on the hybrid environment. That is referred as identity and access management, IAM. So once it comes to identity and access management, the point that we mentioned regarding role based access control will get implemented using this environment. Apart from this, the storage of identities, whether it is user identity, whether it is uh, device identity, right, whether it is application identity, all that has to be centrally stored at one place. And for providing these services for identity management, access management, we have something called as Microsoft Entra ID, which provides strong authentication measures by using multi-factor authentication. And this service that we're talking about, this is a cloud-based service focusing on OAuth and OpenID Connect. So using plenty of services, using the options available, Microsoft provides us with this information, provides us with these details. And here you all can see details in terms of pricing. Actually, the focus is not pricing. The focus would be what are the features, relevant features required by my customer. Based on that, I should purchase the right type of plan. So which could be Entra ID P1, $6 per user per month, or Entra ID P2, $9 per user per month, or Entra Suite, which is $12 per user per month. And you all can go to specific details, what are the features which are provided. So if I'm purchasing additional license, what is the advantage which I get?
Meeting now.
So once you, one second, I think there is somebody who has left their mic. Yeah, thank you. So once we look at these resources, once we look at these uh, services or licenses being mapped, is it essential for every user? May not be. So we will have, because this is a price involved, you also have a free license, Entra ID free license, which is available for every user for specific admin team. And like I said, out of all the departments, most susceptible to attacks would be the HR department, accounts department, because there we have financial information, here we have personal information. So we as a team, we will need to identify what are the most critical areas that we should start focusing on, and ensure we prevent any kind of identity attacks, enforce least privilege access, right, unify access control, and have a right kind of zero trust implementation that we were talking about, right. So we understood the requirement of it using Entra ID. This is where we are actually looking from a implementation point of view. So whatever theoretical or conceptual understanding that we had, how do we bring it on the shop floor? how do we make sure customer is getting rid of the problems, and we have right kind of solutions for it. Now once it comes to authentication, authorization, this is something which is very very basic for any security expert or security team member who just gets started with it. So once it comes to Entra ID, Entra ID will help us in terms of authentication and authorization from that Entra ID environment itself and the other roles which are being mapped. If you want to get into more details from perspective of authorization, we will need to understand the underlying service as well. Now what am I talking about? So once the user is being authenticated using the Entra ID, right, they have got a relevant SAML token for it, then they need to go ahead and get themselves authorized within the underlying service, which could be SharePoint environment, which could be Exchange environment, which could be Teams environment, right? So which is the right admin center or admin resource they want to look for. That's where they have to be authorized. They would need to have right set of permissions to perform relevant actions, administrative actions, right? Or they might be basic users. They may not have permissions to perform the relevant actions on the environment. So as part of every slide which I am going through, I am also sharing you all set of details. So here you have Microsoft Identity Platform. What are the core resources that we have over here? What actions or activities one can perform for authenticating and authorizing single paged applications, web APIs, desktop applications. So once we have the requirement being captured correctly, based on my knowledge, I don't see anything missing within the Microsoft security solution which is not being mapped over here. Now once it comes to multi-factor authentication, in today's cybersecurity world or cybersecurity fundamentals, this has become a norm. So whether it is using FIDO or using an application like Authenticator app or using basic mechanism like receiving an OTP message, this has become a hygiene factor, I would say. And if you look at our security score, it very clearly says there should not be more than there should be more than one global admin, and all these global admins should have multi-factor authentication. So that is primarily a hygiene factor which is expected. I already mentioned about role-based access control multiple times, so I don't think that should be an issue in terms of understanding the purpose of role-based access control. So from a user's point of view, how do you ensure having right set of permissions, minimum set of permissions required for performing their day in day out activities, having enhanced security for making sure there's no unauthorized access and there are no security breaches which happens. Now once it comes to these roles, and like I mentioned earlier, there will be roles available within your Entra ID environment. Let me not miss this part. So here we can connect to the Entra ID environment. The older name was Azure Active Directory, but that creates unwanted confusion. So here what we will see is we have Microsoft Entra ID. We also have a dedicated portal for it given by Microsoft, which is entra.microsoft.com. which is only focusing on security management, identity management, registration of applications, creation of users, groups, right? Conditional access policies, all these aspects, all these members are part of your current tenant which is being mapped. So here you can see identity protection, identity governance, permission management, right? So depending upon what is the kind of actions or activities one would want to do, we can map those resources here. So you can see hybrid management, external identities, identity governance. So we have a pre-dedicated portal for managing and working with this member. As far as roles are concerned, under roles and admins, this is where we can see all the roles being created. AI administrator, right? Billing administrator, directory reader, directory writer, global reader. So these are set of pre-existing roles that we have. And if you want to create custom roles, this can be done by an individual who is being associated a P1 or a P2 license. So now what we have done is we have understood the customer's requirement, what are their security challenges, what is their expectations, how many teams they have, are there a set of team leads, do these team leads require additional permissions as compared to their other team members. We can create respective groups for them, map them to respective groups, give them permissions, map them with multi-factor authentication, right? Now why we are doing this, we need to capture all the steps being performed. So anything goes wrong, we know who has done it, what has gone wrong. Along with this, we also need to do continuous monitoring. We need to store all this audit information at one place, so that whenever there is something wrong which goes over here, or if an application is trying to make a change to user property or attribute, or any other important critical data is getting changed, all that information has to be stored somewhere, and that is part of security operations and monitoring. So if you don't store this information, we will not be able to query this. Query in sense, find out what has gone wrong, what was the recent security challenge which was being faced by the organization, and how do we resolve those aspects. One of the most important members, since I mentioned about query, one of the most important members over here would be working with Kushto query language, right? KQL, Kushto query language, and using these queries, we can connect to relevant databases that we have, or relevant what do you say, database table that we have, and fetch information out of it, right? This database, now one would say, Om Prakash, when you are saying database, which means it is, why can't we use a SQL as a query language here? The reason being, SQL may not be the right option, because the way how this information is being stored is slightly different from how SQL data records and columns are being saved. That's why we have a separate member over here, right? Separate query language, which is KQL as a query language, which helps us to extract right set of information and perform something called as incident management, right? So finding out and then correcting those mistakes, solving those problems which has been encountered, which machine has been compromised, how do we detect that machine and apply some of the security policies and security measures on that resource. As part of this security operations and monitoring, we need to have continuous monitoring. Now, one very important aspect over here again would be, Om Prakash, are you saying every smallest detail has to be captured and stored? The answer is focus on 20% and 80%. So 20% resources will be highly critical, right? Which is like heart, lungs, and kidney of the organization. We need to focus on those members in terms of detailed kind of logging. For other components or other resources, here we can have minimalistic kind of logging, in sense, unless there are any critical operations or any deletion, right? Then I would want to capture the details, right? Along with this, it also depends upon the organization's feedback or inputs, how they want to go ahead, what is the kind of uh, implementations or enhancements they would want to do, right? Because they would know which of their applications are public facing, which of them have been attacked in past. So based on those inputs, we can define our monitoring strategy. Now, once it comes to your incident management, once it comes to storage of these log information, here we can leverage on something called as SIEM tool. As far as SIEM tool is concerned, this is incident and event management. And once it comes to these SIEM tools, this will help us to quickly identify the challenges, identify the issues which has happened behind the scene, and make corrective measures on that. As part of Microsoft implementation, here we have something called as Sentinel, which will help us in capturing this information. And there is one more aspect along with SIEM when it comes to Sentinel, which is called as SOAR implementation, that is security automated response. So capturing the information, capturing the details of the incident, that is one part of it. Along with that, it can also help us execute a response mechanism through which we can have a proactive approach, right? So along with a reactive approach, we can also have a proactive approach here. So rather than waiting for a administrator, a human being, to make those changes, we can have our script being executed, or we can have our logic app being mapped, and through this logic app we can perform that action behind the scene. If you look at the incident response, as an organization, we would expect that whenever there is an incident, how we can quickly identify those members, how do I get details of that, and I should be able to stop it as fast as, stop in sense, stop from spreading across to other machines, right? And that's where we need to have a incident response mechanism, having rapid reaction so that we can minimize the damage. Now, one important member which I mentioned earlier was in terms of DR solution, disaster recovery solution. So, as a incident response, first is doing a quarantine, finding out what has gone wrong, minimizing the impact, and if we have older data being backed up with us, older information available with us, how do we fetch it back? How do we make that information available, make that information available to the right decision makers so that they can quickly perform those actions or activities. Now, one would be thinking that as far as these preparatory mechanisms are concerned, this has to be done later. It's not that way. Once the system is ready, we can do some of the testing over here in terms of SAST testing, VAPT testing, doing appropriate security audits of the environment. So even before the hacker tries to break down the system, we can have a, a trial execution of malicious scripts on the given environment. Obviously, the dev test kind of environment or a separate testing environment to make sure such kind of attacks, what is their impact of it, how much is the data loss, how much time do we are we using to recover from that, how fast we can be online once again. All these mechanisms, all these things have to be verified even before the hacker does it. We have to be proactive and do these kind of testings on our underlying environment. Moving towards end of this discussion, I have already mentioned plenty of tools, plenty of aspects as part of the implementation. One would say, Om Prakash, is there a pre-existing reference architectures that I can go through, especially looking at the implementation? Are there any frameworks or resources given by Microsoft to help me work on these aspects? Yes, there are plenty of them. Depending upon your customer requirements, depending upon the details shared by the team, we can look at some of the reference architectures over here. So what is zero trust? What are zero trust pillars that we have? So I can go through that. Another important member over here is Microsoft Cybersecurity Reference Architecture, MCRA. So how do you assess your threat environment? How do you implement DevSecOps, Microsoft security capabilities? So whatever tools, resources I have been mentioning about, Sentinel, Entra ID, you all will be able to see more and more information in required depth. There are presentations, documents, there are videos for cybersecurity reference architecture. This is something that you all should look at. These are pretty exhaustive ones. You can do a nitpick based on what is relevant for your organization right now. What is the breadth and depth of the project that we are implementing? Based on that, we can apply some of these components over there. So if you're looking at Microsoft Cloud Security Benchmarks, so if you're looking at protection of AWS resources, GCP resources, all that information you will find at one place. for organizations who are looking at cloud adoption, have challenges, questions, concerns, especially about security. So there is already a security section over here. How should we organize our team so that they understand the security measures? Some of these aspects I have already mentioned about. Creating a security strategy, planning, have readiness. We need to have governance and management of resources. So even for cloud adoption, individuals uh, individuals who are evaluating whether cloud will be able to satisfy their requirement security aspect expectations, they can look at their cloud state. What will be the networks over here, what will be their virtual machines, each workload, is there any kind of security measure that they are looking for. All that information can be verified even before they go for their workload migration. Same way, you all can look for well architected framework. This is another implementation across various workloads that we have. Now once it comes to specific verticals, like I was mentioning earlier, banking vertical, finance vertical, they need to abide by various security policies, compliances. What Microsoft says is our environment is already compliant on those areas. So if you all have any questions, doubts, queries regarding those compliances, please go to the compliance offering, Microsoft compliance offering section. So you all can check for global compliances, check for US government, industry specific compliances for automotive industry, financial services, telecommunication, education sector. So depending upon what is your current industry vertical, you can see the governance details over here. Now once it comes to our Azure environment, here we can look at initiatives. Remember I was mentioning about policies. Here we can look at initiatives, and using this initiative, Microsoft is able to enforce the compliance, whether it is ISO compliance, CIS compliance, high trust, FedRAMP, PCI DSS, right? So if you want to apply these policies or apply these compliance, make sure your environment is compliant to it, we can apply any of these relevant initiatives. Now what is this initiative? This initiative basically is a package of multiple policies. Sorry. So here you can see there's 225 policies which are being packaged inside one initiative. So we have built-in policies, custom policies. Right? So based on your selection, we can see number of policies over here. So rather than applying one policy, we can just apply single policy. So if you see this SOC compliance, EU compliance, 308 policies being packaged under one initiative. Now, how to create these policies, how to apply these policies, there are different certifications, right? And through these certifications, we help individuals to understand, learn, and implement these things. Apart from this, we help individuals along with the respective vouchers, lab environments, so that they can learn these things and implement parallelly. So if you look at the certifications available for security, it starts from SC 900, which is Security Fundamentals, Microsoft Defender XDR, that gets covered under SC 200. We have SC 300, where the focus is on Entra ID, especially premium P2 license, identity governance, identity security, all those aspects are part of SC 300. When it comes to SC 400, that's just got it is getting retired on May 31st. As on place of that, now we have SC 401, which is entirely focusing on new features, new advancement enhancements of Microsoft Purview portal, which is very crucial from data governance point of view. Last but not the least is SC 100. Now one would say, oh, Prakash, I think you made a mistake in the sequence. No, this is the same sequence how Microsoft has released things. SC 100 is an architect paper, Microsoft Cybersecurity Architect, that is SC 100. So here our fundamentals start with SC 900 and architecting is SC 100. But my recommendation would be before, one more paper which I missed out over here, my apologies for that, is AZ 500. AZ 500 is about Azure security. That part that paper number I missed out. AZ 500 is one more paper on security, which is primarily focusing on Azure infrastructure security, networking, database security, those aspects. So I'll stop with this. Let me see if there are any questions on the chat. Let me take those questions. I think Shubh has already mentioned the details. I have shared lot of links on the chat. So Shubh, it will be great if you can share these links with all the team members. So that's all from my side, guys. I know it was pretty fast in terms of the session, but the major objective over here was to cover details regarding each of the certifications and security options within Microsoft Stack. So Nilesh, you can start with SC 900 to begin with, then go ahead with 200 or 300. My recommendation would be go for SC 300 first. It will make more sense before going for SC 200. So thanks a lot, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. Thanks for your patience and support.
Hello, thank you so much, everyone, for attending this session. Please don't forget to give feedback before leaving. Thank you so much. Guys, don't forget to give feedback before leaving. The link is shared in the chat box. Thank you so much.